stuff. I did have to turn on an extra fan because it's getting hella hot in here. Getting hella. It's supposed to be like 100 and I don't know. It's supposed to be 2 degrees hotter Celsius. I think it's supposed to be 34 or something like that. Like it's just crazy hot. So I do have an extra fan on me. Craig the man, what's up? What's up? I'm about to drive, just have this on the side in the background. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Future Oil says, hi Poros. By the way, I made a Discord. I know I already joined it. Some people were asking if they could send me reference pictures of stuff. Yeah. I joined your Discord already. I gave you a follow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Congrats, your life trajectory is going straight to the future galaxies. Well, yeah. I was watching a thing about Pluto. I mean, I was half falling asleep, so I wasn't super listening, but it was really interesting how Pluto is. Like, a planet, is it not a planet? You know, a lot of controversy around that not planet, maybe. Jen says hello. Hi. How's it going? I guess it's super cold on Pluto, and because of that, we'll never go there, I guess. I don't know. It's like super cold, though. It's not like normal. Ellie said, how did you get so good at drawing? Well, this one, to be fair, you're looking at a work that did go really well for me. This one went really well, but on top of that, I got lucky a little bit, but just, time. It's one of the coldest looking solar system objects. Yeah, it's crazy. Pluto is crazy, man. By the way, that's a good way. That's a good tips and tricks for falling asleep. Is listening to cosmology if you are having a hard time falling asleep. Something about the we have Jen. It's going well. Just working on my computer, typing away. Nice. This looks amazing. How you prep get desensitized with a compliment. I know you probably get desensitized. No, keep him coming. Keep him coming. One of your best I've seen. One of your best. I think so. I think so. I think this is one of the better ones. Future Will says Jen is a computer nerd. I don't think she's like a supercomputer nerd. I think she just has a computer-related job. But she has to type on one. A brand of pen? Oh, it's a pencil, but this is a Graph Gear 1000. The one I'm holding right now is a Graph Gear 1000. Jen says, I'd agree, one of the best. Look at that, there's a consensus. I work on my computer for Future? Yeah, that's just her job, Future. That's just what she does for her job. I just caught a glimpse of myself in the camera on that. Oh my god. I have like full-on helmet hair. At least you guys know I clean my hair. At least you guys knew I took a shower because it's not like pressed up against my head with the sweat. How much does it cost? You know, I bought it so long ago. No idea. I think there's a link to the I think I have an affiliate link in my description if you go to About or something like that. I'm glad you took a shower. Yeah. Well, it's too hot. Like, normally I can go a while without a shower, but when it's this hot, you're just sweating. You're just profusely sweating, so you kind of have to because you're like dirty like every 8 hours. Does ink stay for a long time? Well, this is pencil, it's not ink, but yes, pencil stays forever as long as it doesn't get something. As long as it doesn't get erased, it should stay for a while. How's Aries today? He's in the room because it's hella hot out here. He seemed really happy this morning.
You've felt it all. Empathy, your final destination for
Does it snap easily? People say it does, but I don't. This one doesn't. The 0.3 for me doesn't snap. Brando says Genjan sounds like Felicity Smoke. People never sweat or shower in action movies. I think they do. I think I've seen.
with Zetadex newest security drones.
Who's Felicity? I have no idea. She was the hacker woman from Arrow. Oh. Okay. Interesting. I've only tried cheap ones. They snap. No, the snapping isn't that isn't the effect of the cheapness of it. That's more you got to learn. Like I'm like when I'm drawing right now, like when I'm doing this right now, I'm almost like I'm not applying any pressure, just enough to let some of the graphite on there. Like I almost can't see. Like even I have a hard time detecting me putting material down just because of how lightly I'm putting it down. So that's probably more of an issue. Like you just gotta learn to have a light touch with it. Yuri, right? Would you say I'm a hacker? I mean, if you are, then I've never seen you hack anything, but I don't see what you do, so. Visually says woohoo, or hoo-hoo. Nice. What's up? What's up, visually? We're just slowly trying to finish this piece up. Clean it up. She was really the best IT person of the team. What the? Floater is still streaming. He's burning midnight oil in Finland. Oh, nice. Yeah. He must have a big project going on. How long did it take you for this skill? I don't know. I mean, I've just been drawing my whole life for fun, and so. Just a comrade. What's up? Praise be the king. Thank you, Just a comrade. Thank you for the follow. Julio, welcome. Then we got Milkshake Deluxe says, what are we drawing over here? A little temple thing. How you doing, bud? I see. How you doing there, bud? I'm doing great, can't complain. Oh, it's a little hella hot, and I woke up like obviously in the morning, but like I woke up and imagine this. Oh, look at my thermostat, and it's 87. like 6 in the morning, it's 87 inside. So it didn't really bother me. Like honestly, the weather until it gets into like the 90s, like once it gets above 93, that's when I'm like, okay, I feel this. I'm actively sweating just sitting here. So that's when it becomes not like I don't enjoy my life. So that's when I kind of tap out. I thought about that too. I think I didn't start painting until I was 9. I can't remember doing it all before then. Actually, all children paint when they're little, don't they? I think most kids will just draw. Yeah, I think most kids, if you throw some paper at them, they'll just kind of draw. I know I drew before I was full. Like, I know I started experimenting with drawing. I went fishing during that time instead. I went fishing during that time instead. Oh, you fish? Nice. Guys, give me one little second. I just need one tickety-tock clock I'll be right back. Oh, ouch, still too much. Nice. All right, let me go get something. I'll be right back. I will. I forgot what I was gonna say, but. Make sure you're drinking water. Super important in this horrible weather. It's also good for the mind. Oh, fishing for like relaxation. Yeah, I've never done it. Well, I have done it maybe once or twice, but that was more like with friends and stuff. I don't think I've ever gone fishing because like I have a hard time just sitting there. You know. You know I'm sure I could get into it if I went into like nature and stuff, and it was the right circumstance. But usually I enjoy more like you know, painting models or like something that's like I'm doing the thing, and that's when I go into that zone out mode where I feel good. Fishing, it's a little bit of a different vibe, right? Like I never caught the magic of it, of fishing, like the appeal, nothing against it. I just never did it enough. I think I fished once with my grandfather, and then I fished once when I with my friends in America, and that was it. Like literally twice in my 36 years, maybe 3 times. If you count that one time we sharpened a stick with my friends and we were trying to do spear fishing, but it was more as a joke. But so if you count that, it would have been 3, but we didn't catch anything with the stick. I tried to do the thing where you aim below the fish, because the water distortion. I guess if you do spear fishing, you have to like aim below the fish, but I wasn't able. I didn't have the skill. And the fish were super small, and they were hard to hit because they weren't like normal sized fish. They were like tiny. I was a little bored and stupid. Stood on the train board, and then my mom drew a line on my hand with a pen. My 1-year-old brain looked down, then tried to pick up the line on my hand, and took my mom's hand and covered the line with more pen strokes to make it go away. And that's how I started. I'm sure I have like embarrassing stories like that. I just can't think of anything comparable to that right now. But I'm sure I've done something like that.
Arasaka, the finest in personal and commercial weaponry.
I kind of like being at this stage now that things have mostly settled down, and I can just kind of sit here and refine things until they.
Guns by Arasaka.
I don't know. Actually, I'm actually kind of enjoying this phase on this particular picture. Usually, I kind of get impatient towards the end, and I kind of want to wrap it up. But I'm honestly kind of enjoying this phase on this particular picture.
Arasaka, the finest in personal and commercial weaponry.
Maybe I should do like a Night City. Now that I'm listening to the background noises of that game,
Rail.
maybe I should do like a Night City one or something.
Guns by Arasaka.
I see it already. Yeah. Like do the whole Akira style motorcycle thing or whatever. Spider webs would also look good in this picture. Random idea: old house that stood its ground for centuries, growing in a city around it. In a growing city around it. I mean, I guess the idea has been done before, but your style would bring very distinct thing to it, undoubtedly. I think I know what you mean. I've seen like kind of versions of that where they have the kind of like the big bridge, like the house under the big bridge, and that's kind of like sort of a like you see that in Chicago and New York, kind of like Detroit, where you have like sort of a. I know what you mean. I'd have to like really think of. I'd have to like. I would have to see. I saw that one too. Yeah. I've seen things like, but like I've seen like things like that in movies and shows. Yeah. See, I could have like forgot that I saw that and drew something like that and said that it was my idea, because it's like, how many of our ideas are ours? You know, it's like right, like we both saw that picture, and it's like if I had stored that in the back of my head for 2 months and then drawn, it's like. And then drawn something like it. Yeah, I like that idea. I'd have to have like some original angle, or not, maybe not an original angle, but just start doing it from scratch. It would just end up being different, but yeah, I like that kind of stuff where you have like old, like kind of new infrastructure growing on top of old infrastructure. I think that's always like a very sexy idea. In a dystopian kind of brutal dystopian way, but it still kind of has a beauty to it. By the fence. Oh, yeah, the spider webs by the fence. I just don't want to. I'm afraid at this point to like. I think it would look good here maybe because like if I did a spider web, like you could maybe not see it here, but when the light starts hitting, you see it. I'm afraid at this point to like overcomplicate things because I'm gonna like go outside of that skill limit and goof it up, and I don't want to goof it up just because there's already a lot of moving parts in this picture, and I don't want to add, you know what I mean. I was looking at this earlier, and I really wanted to kind of do a gnome gold mine or a gnome silver mine with like cutesy gnomes, but like maybe creepy cute with like little pickaxes, and I could already see it like have like little gold nuggets and like that transport barrel, you know, with like the with like the wheels, and have like the silly gnomes kind of hauling gold around. I kind of had that idea just to kind of keep in touch with that like sort of more medieval fantasy stuff. I think that would be cute or whatever. That would be like charming and hold on. Swear to God, every time I touch my nose, I get like I gotta like do a whole I have to like go do a whole excavation. How long did it take you to learn this skill? You already asked me that. I don't know. I've been drawing kind of like on and off my whole life, and I think since I started streaming, I became like more consistent, and so I think overall my skill has kind of overall like kind of went like up more, but I don't keep track of life. I just exist. I don't know. I don't remember when I started or finished. I just kind of do stuff. So I wish I could give you more info on that, but I'm like a dog. I'm like a goldfish. I just exist. I'm eating meatballs. Thank you for the information. Nice. No, that's good. I'll be honest with you guys. I did eat McDonald's earlier today. I had my 26-hour fast. I've been doing fasting like this. This is my new program. Is I kind of like I eat for 24 hours, like if I want, like however much I want, and then I take like 24. I've been pushing like 26 hours, and I feel really good. I've even stopped having that dip in the energy, where you kind of your body just doesn't give you any energy when you're fasting. I've kind of overcame that, and I feel pretty good throughout that time. And I've been doing the fasting like intermittently like that. Basically, eat whenever I want for a 24-hour period, and then just take a day off. And anyway, I ate McDonald's and immediately needed to sleep. Like immediately, I felt very sleepy. I had to do a little quick nap to. Yeah, that was brutal. So. Good appetit. Thank you. A leprechaun. Yeah, leprechauns are. I don't think I've ever done a leprechaun. Maybe I should do the treasure golem from what were they called from Diablo, the little demon that runs around with the bag of gold and it keeps dropping it as you're chasing it. I forget what it's called now, but it's like it was a golden something, or it was something like that. Treasure golem. Same here. Got them garlic butter chicken nuggets. Got them garlic batter chicken nuggets. So why am I having a hard time processing information? Yeah. from Diablo 3 and 4, and maybe Diablo 2 had it too, the treasure golem. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You've played Diablo 3 and 4. There's that little gimp creature or whatever, imp. They might have been called imps, I'm not really sure, but they run around real fast, they drop gold. You guys know. Like, I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Sorry. What the Flotar? What the? Let's do a quick shout out. Flotar, how was my favorite Finnish person stream? Shout out, Flotar. Hey man, how's it going? How are the froggies? Rating from Flotar. What the? You went to the dark side? What the? You're not allowed to leave while I'm streaming. But yeah, it was crazy how fast it hit me. Like I ate like 3 double. I ate 2 McChickens and 1 like I had bought those like $2 burgers and I ate them, and man, my eyes were just like, I was sitting in this chair and I'm like, I don't think I can do the stream. I have to go to. That's why I'm late today, by the way, because I had to take an emergency nap to stay alive. Had to go straight away today. I was drawing froggies and talking about psychology of motivation and how language is often the limiting factor when talking about these things. You know, I heard there's this guy, it was like something Hughes. He talks about how language programs us. Like I don't have any like super hard takes because I'm like, I didn't like capture everything he said, but he has like really interesting takes about language and how it's essentially like his take is that language is like a programming thing that like when we talk in English or whatever, it in effect it programs, like your cultural language programs your way of thinking eventually. Like you think you're commanding a language, but it's actually taking over you in the same way, right? Like it's interesting. I forget what his first name is. It's like, is it John Hughes? I forget, but it's very interesting. Yeah, psychology of language. They do say, like, I do think, like, if you wanted to read a novel, say, by whomever, it's probably much better to read it in that native language if you wanted to capture the spirit of it better. I do, like, 100% believe that. But it's like, I just don't want to learn a new language is the problem, you know. I mean, I do. Like, I would like to be that guy, but I just know I'm not. The only reason I learned English is because I moved here with my parents. Like, I just know I would have never done that. If it was left up to me, I would have just kind of dwindled my fingers and not learned anything. But I guess I am learning Python or GD script, so that's a sort of a language, right? Programming is a sort of a language. And my progression has not been quick. Let's say that. It has not been quick. Someone has to watch him. Nice. I was thinking of doing, you guys let me know what you think, if you think this is too dark. And I was debating in my head about whether this would be too dark. I wanted to do kind of a World War I-ish technological era, and call it the contact line, where you're just seeing kind of no man's land, and it's just sort of a battlefield, and just make it as gruesome as possible. Like, just the word, you know what I mean? Just tanks and just bodies, and kind of like do, you know, like just darkest depiction of war I can, kind of a thing. But do it in a cute, again, with a creepy, cute mutant kind of thing. I was kind of thinking about that, and I was like, is it too much? I was just like, do I, you know what I mean? Maybe I should like tone it down a little bit from what I'm imagining, but I don't know. But I had this like kind of idea, and I just haven't pulled the trigger on it. Also, your idea for us is never too much. Never too much. Thank you. Yeah. Some people should hear the opposite message before they do stuff. There's no too dark. Yeah. I know how it is. Just read my username. A Brit will go red, but a Spaniard goes homie. And he's actually right. Oh, guys, I bought my weed whacker. Did I tell you guys I bought my weed whacker? It's like the cheapest Chinese weed whacker I could have found. It was like 50 bucks. But it works just well enough to where I can like start working down my vegetation and like I don't know if anybody else has this issue where it has an auto feed system where the plastic wire keeps coming out slowly, but it always gets too long, and the motor can't keep up, and I have to like open it up, like kind of spin it back to make the wire shorter. And there's like these little notches, and you can like wrap it on those notches to prevent that from happening, but then it just undoes it. And I don't know what to do anymore about that. I'm just like half giving up in a certain sense. Like I'm not really sure what the deal is with that, but yeah, I don't know. But it's been nice just to. I'm gonna slowly work down all that vegetation I got behind my house and stuff like that. It already looks a lot better, but it really is like it. I was just using shears like, and you know the cutters to kind of work it down. But it's just a battle I couldn't win. To be honest, it's just way too much without having a machine like that. And nothing I have is fancy at all, but. Future Oil says, "Are you okay, Plotar?" Why wouldn't he be okay? Numbers all working? Isn't this Diablo music, or am I? You are wrong, but you're thinking of I think you're thinking of Tristram. This is ambient Edge Runner's ambience or something like that. But I can see why you would think it does kind of have a little bit of a Tristram-y cadence to it. So I forgive you for being wrong because you were on the right path with your wrong thinking. But yeah, it's not. You're thinking of Tristram, I think. But it's understandable why you would think that. Actually, you know what? Now that you mentioned it, let me, because now that we're talking about it, where's my This is what you were thinking about. That's what you were thinking about. Hell yeah, yeah. Only Foros, no Foros only uses music composed by conductors from the depths of Hades. That's not true. I do lighter stuff. It's just, I do like that kind of music. That's a little bit more dramatic. I don't know, like me. I don't know, like I do think I like more of weird music than what most people like, but I like the techno-y stuff. I mean, I listen to the techno-y stuff here and there. You know what I mean? But I am kind of a. I would say I probably have a stranger musical taste than most people, because I like that I could listen to the Diablo 2 track in my car driving, you know what I mean, which is not something normal people would normally do. Not like every day, you know what I mean, but it's not outside the realm of possibility, whereas most people want to listen to kind of whatever poppy music is on the radio kind of thing, you know. And again, nothing against them. I totally get it. We all have different tastes. It's just... You're on the right path with your wrong thinking. Well, sometimes you have to take, like, a few wrong steps to get to the right conclusion, right? You gotta kind of do the... You know what I mean? You gotta, like, do the wrong kind of... You gotta, like, learn the lesson, or whatever they say, I don't know, like... They deserve a t-shirt, yeah. Oh, I saw a hilarious t-shirt. It was like this kind of, a fixer-upper guy. I forget what kind of fixer he was, but it said something like, it was like the charging rate, and it says something like, this is how much it costs for me to fix it, this is how much it costs if you watch, and this is how much it costs if you help me. And the prices got progressively more expensive. I'm kind of looking at this part of his body right now, the muscle structure, like these kind of how they attach from the buttocks to the side right here. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I guess I am using a reference. Right, I am using a reference. That model isn't very good though. That model is like, the longer you look at it, the more confused you become, I feel like. It's like at first glance it's so detailed, but then the longer you try to make out what you're actually trying to figure out, it's like your brain just gets zoinked out. Rini Ren, welcome! Oro's laying down some wisdom. Nice. Chris says, "Hey Nikki, what's happening?" Not much. Just continuing my maybe one of my stronger environmental pieces so far. I think the gods have shined favor on me. They have shown me they have been kind to me on this one. I got like really lucky. I might actually keep this one because I might actually be like yeah, I don't know. This one is like really. I actually like this one. I might like keep it as a private collection. I don't know. I normally don't have any kind of sentimentality towards my, like, I just kind of like put them on the shelf, and you know, I just kind of move on with my life. But some things are. I feel like this one is kind of reaching a level where I'm like, I kind of don't mind. I wouldn't mind looking at this on a daily basis. You were talking about Unreal Tournament 3 yesterday. The shrine would fit perfectly in the first level. That has such an Asian style to that. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think that is a fair assessment. I wasn't particularly aiming for an Asian style, but I can definitely see that. I can definitely see it. I was just kind of unfocusedly trying to draw something, and it just kind of happened. And I think this is the music that they play, like when you go in your first act, when you go to that first cave, maybe. Like I feel like that's what's popping into my head when I listen to this. When you have to clear the first den or whatever. Nerds. Yeah, I've very much stagnated on my video games. Like, I've been cutting that out too. After the stream, I just go straight to work. Not, I mean, you know, work from home type work, but, and then I try to, before I go to bed, I try to paint minis, and that's it. Like, I haven't even really been playing video games lately, to be honest. Like, maybe 20 minutes a day, like, like on the good day, but I've been keeping myself ultra busy lately. Well, like, work has basically picked up, but I'm trying to maintain the same pace on my projects. You know, I want to keep doing the extracurricular activities, and I don't feel like I'm burning myself out yet. So. Yeah. Burning, what the? Yeah. That's why usually I leave Sunday. Sunday's my one day where I just kind of try to very much limit how much I do that day, because there's not a lot I can do. That's my day to be like, I'm just gonna sit here and kind of stare at the wall and relax. Outside of that, hope you're getting in the jog. No, I think with how hot it's been, the only exercise I've really been getting is going and like every morning I usually like do 1 hour of cleaning, kind of like mandatorily. Like, I've been falling behind in that, so I've been going, and just like I said, I got the weed whacker. I've been outside under the scorching sun, just doing that, mowing the lawn. It just seems like you have to do that stuff every day to keep the vegetation from getting out of control. So I've been more like just doing yard work. It feels like that's those 25-30 minutes out there. Feels like that's like I don't need to run that. You know, I'm fine with just that much daily exercise. So that's kind of where I'm at. Sometimes my tire loses pressure and I go pump it up, and my arms get all swole, and you know, that's about what I'm willing to do right now. Too hot? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I think I'm very like heat resistant, and I enjoy, like, I think if you're healthy, sweating doesn't feel like terrible. Like, I feel good, you know. Like, I don't even feel hot really. I just, because my body's just dropping the water, you know. And so I feel pretty good, even when I'm just getting blasted by the sun working out there. But I don't really want to like exercise. Be careful. Yes, obviously yes. Be very careful with that kind of stuff, because you can. I remember I was working in my garage on my car or something. This was a few summers ago, and it was kind of a similar thing. I was in the shade. It was hella hot, and then I just started noticing that I'm losing consciousness, like. Not quite blacking out, but maybe like a little bit, and I realized I was getting a heat stroke. But like, kind of, I was in the beginning phases, and I needed to go inside. But yeah, it snuck up on me. It's not good. Definitely be careful with that kind of stuff. Sorry, buddy, we know you're Batman at night. You left your Batman uniform on. Can you imagine wearing like a pitch black uniform, like a rubber leather uniform, and running around in that? I don't know that you'd make it much past 40 minutes if inside of a rubber suit on a 34, Celsius degree day. By the same time you notice it, it's almost too late. Yeah, true. Yeah, when you start to kind of get wobbly and woozy, it might already be too late. You need to be really careful. Rubber suit, yeah. Well, I'm sure the lore is that I'm sure the lore, because Batman is really rich, so he has a costume that's, I'm sure if you read into the lore, it would say that it's got fans in there or something, but I'm sure that, I'm sure whatever they make for movies is designed to be worn for like 25 minutes at a time, and then they take it off before the actor passes out. Yeah, drink plenty of water, liquids before and after running outside. True. Yeah, I've been definitely doing my water intake, or trying to keep up with it. I'm even taking it really easy with the caffeine, so I don't overstress the system in this heat. I'm drinking cold coffee. Yeah, be careful with the coffee. Be careful with the caffeine. Because your heart and stuff, you're spiking your. I try to take it easy when it gets this hot. It's cold, so it's less powerful. Yeah. You know why Christian Bale looks so emancipated in The Machinist? He had filmed Batman beforehand. I know you're kidding, but yeah, that guy. I was saying this the other day, and not in a disrespectful way, but Christian Bale does not seem like a chill dude, because he kind of goes super far for I didn't see The Machinist. I know he got down to like 130 pounds, which is very like a concerning weight if you're like 6'2". That's like very concerning. Or it might have been lower than that. But also when he was doing Batman, he said he would get these splitting headaches from the bat suit, because it's not fitted properly, or it had to look a certain way, so it compressed his head. I don't know, but the guy, the guy seems like he's I guess in a good way, because he admittedly, he's extremely successful, so it's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard, you know, like it's clearly working for him, is what I'm trying to say. But he seems like a very intense dude, because he takes things to like kind of the next level, you know. I think they were talking about. I may have seen this on Facebook or something, but apparently when they were filming American Psycho, Christian Bale stayed in character the entire duration of the shoot, which made the director extremely uncomfortable because he just kept being that guy, and they asked him to stop because they're like, you're making it's like the creepiest thing ever that you won't stop being this guy, and so I don't know if he stopped or not, but I'm just saying that's the guy he is. Like Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger, he's the guy who played the who played the Joker, right? Yeah. Julio says I have back-to-back meetings. Nice. Do you know why he always flicked his tongue out like that when he was the Joker, so his facial prosthetics wouldn't fall off? Really? Is that true? I didn't know. I didn't even know he was wearing anything other than makeup, to be honest. That's what gives it that authentic touch. Yeah, the tongue thing definitely made it like, it made him feel like he had like a neurosis, kind of a twitch thing going on. I'm not sure how you would describe it properly, but he seemed like he has some kind of a tic You know what I mean? So it definitely added to the ambience of his character for sure. I think it's always good to have like an evil villain and give him some kind of a either a facial tick or some kind of thing they have to do. You know what I mean? To hold themselves together, they just have to do like a weird thing. You know what I mean? It always adds to it for sure. Holiday Scented Soap says hi, followers in chat. How's it going, Holiday? Welcome, welcome. Fudge. Fudge. I don't know how that even fell apart. Do you guys think I should work on this for about an hour? Well, I already have. And then move on to the pastel stuff? Or should I just work on this the entire duration? I don't really care because I'm kind of into this one right now. But I can move on to just more experimental stuff we were doing with the pastels to kind of get into the swing of things more. Like I said, I think the introduction of that is going to be permanent. I need to find a way to like work that in. So I think we're gonna keep that for forever. I think it's even in this picture, even though it's subtle, it's already like majorly improved the the picture from where we were. There's a touch of color. There's it's I think it's going in the right direction personally. So. No Quality! Hey, come to say hello. Thank you, No Quality. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. We're just doing a little... I'll show you the whole thing since you're just coming in. It goes all the way down. I think it looks very impressive here. And I still need to touch up on the forest and stuff, but down here it looks bordering on... like it almost looks like I knew what I was doing. You're the boss? Nice. But yeah, it almost looks like professional, like I'm, you know what I mean? It looks pretty legit. The forest we still have to touch stuff up on, but yeah. Just doing a little kind of more environmental stuff. I'm very happy with it, overall. Looks like Warcraft. Yeah, I thought so too. The Warcraft and World of Warcraft, it kind of had a little bit more of a beefier, whimsical kind of a look to it. I agree. It does kind of have that video gamey vibe from World of Warcraft, kind of. Thank you for the follow. You know, I think I'm gonna go with my original strategy. Since I worked on this, I'm gonna push this forward a little bit at a time, and we're gonna eventually get it done. But I think it's wise to like kind of come back. Like if this is gonna be like a better piece of mine, then using that first hour and a half of like that fresh energy, I think is a good idea. So we'll do. Trying to think, should I do tone paper or... See, the thing I like about the tone paper is it still has that advantage of me being able to put like that white pencil down for the highlights and kind of build that. I really liked being able to do that. Yeah, it's really hard to let go of that ability, you know? And the Strathmore's, when I bought paper that was just gray, I couldn't find paper that was just gray and had the same texture. It was a much rougher texture, which I did not like. Phone paper in this economy, yeah. Yeah. Future Oil says cooler. Nice. I'm gonna put this in the upper left corner. And I'm gonna get a fresh piece of tape. There it is. Okay. We'll put that right in its safe place. I'm gonna get another piece of tape. We were just watching Batman. I mean, Foro's drawing. Oh yeah. Where am I at? Now, last time we were kind of doing the plant life kind of stuff. I don't know if we should just have a... A little orc guy. Get warmed up into it. Or whatever this guy is. That's something I've been T-minus 3 hours. I've been indulging on some candy once in a while. I know sugar is bad for you, and I talk about it all the time, but I did buy candy. And it was so good, guys. This guy is like a... I'm not sure what he is. Like a little toad person. A little angry toad person. Looks like Mike Ike Sauer. Mike Ike Sauer? Is that a real person? I don't know where I was kind of trying to do torso stuff, and I'm like, let me turn it into something interesting, and then like something interesting turned into something weird. I don't know. You know, I've been watching a lot of these videos about Silent Hill games lately, and I didn't realize how many Silent Hill games. I thought there were like 3 Silent Hill games. Apparently, there's like a lot of them, and so it's like this British guy that makes videos about them. He hasn't made any for a while, but yeah, they're pretty awesome. I don't know. I never played The Room. I never played The Room. Could be Foros Gummy Creature. Foros Gummy Creatures. That would be a pretty good. Line of candy. Yeah. Oh my god! Like toys for kids. We could open up with the Witch That Eats Children toy line. You know, it's kind of interesting, right? We got something going on there. I don't know. Toys for kids, fun for the whole family. True. True. This is I guess it's like a reverse head crab kind of a situation. I don't know. I don't know what this turned into. I'm not sure it's my best work ever. But really, the gummy candy could be delish and creaturey. This guy is... It's like a motorcycle helmet on his head, kind of a thing. I don't know, it's like a little cyberpunk-y, I guess. This guy turned out a little bit cyberpunk-y. I wasn't gonna do the reflective kind of plastic, but maybe I could do a whole thing around that, I don't know. I will admit, you know what's really hard to draw in general is like vehicles that are properly sized, like that aren't goofily outside the spectrum of reality. I've been seeing a lot of sports bike in our area lately with their 4-cylinder engines. Just give him a Mexican mariachi hat with a couple of bullet bells. He's gonna look great. I wouldn't mind eating some Foro's blue-head bunny creature. Oh yeah, like sharks, but yeah. I think if I ate if I had to choose a gummy for the rest of my life to eat only, it would either be the Swedish fish or the sharks, the blue sharks. Those are the two most delicious ones. I think, personally, that's what I think. It looks, I don't know if I did the reflections all that well, but let me throw in a little bit of more color in there just so we can say we did. And like I said, this is me like learning pastels. I'm just sort of here kind of riffing with you guys, trying to get the hang of like what I can do with all this. See, see how like it just blends, and it's like now we got this other spectrum going on with the color, and it's just cool to be able to kind of phase that in. Pastels in this economy, they weren't too expensive. Like I forget what the price range was, but they weren't really that crazy expensive, to be honest. But like yeah, I don't know. I think art supplies, they are expensive, but they're not like, because of how many hours of use you get out of them, you know, like relative to any other hobby, especially if you're just a pencil guy like me. If I was like running low on money, I would just draw with these only, and that would solve that issue. I think I'll do another motorcycle style helmet or style head kind or whatever. That kind of styled more from this. I don't know. I kind of like that idea. I feel like I'm gonna slowly turn it more and more alien looking. Not that it wasn't already, but you know what? I really kind of want to I want to get kind of a little bit crazier with the concept art here. Get rid of this guy real quick. I like pastels, but I haven't used them in years. Is that a blue pastel? No, that is kind of like this weird green, but it does look bluish, doesn't it? Or unless you're talking about the white. I'm not sure which one you're talking. If you're talking about this one, that was like a greenish, and this is more of a. This is just a white. This is like a definitely some kind of machinery. I'm gonna try my more of my like farming method for this kind of stuff, where I just kind of go through and iterate it via just kind of do layer by layer. until something kind of interesting comes out of it. This is more of a concept art kind of trick, or, you know, drawing the silhouette and kind of giving it a couple, you know, I'm kind of dampening the contrast and blending everything. Maybe even hitting it with another pastel for fun. Actually, let me get a blue really quick. I'm feeling kind of blue today. I'm feeling a little kind of blue. This is like a light blue right here, and I'm gonna. Sorry, the wind is getting me. I can't do it. All right, there we go. So I'm gonna hit it with a blue pastel because I kind of want it to be bluish, and we'll have another layer of it being distorted, and then kind of go from there. All right. This is just totally for fun, though. Although I have had like really good things come out of this, right? Like not anything that I've really carried over, but this would be a good way to do something like that, where you need some kind of a unique machinery. This is your gateway to machinery, silhouettes and stuff, I think is it. I'm just kind of emphasizing things I like on it. I tend to like to do these circles that with the kind of this type of deal, right? Like it's got a thing that spins in there, kind of thing. We'll kind of make that a little bit bigger here. Like there's a cover plate kind of a deal. Check out this funny text emoji I found. Button. Wait, is that he's found? It's a more or less. It's a more or less. It's more than sign. More than sign. More than sign. Button. I like it, but I'm not sure I get it. I do like it. I'm just not sure I fully understand the context, but I do appreciate it. In my defense, though, I'm a little slow, so when you guys send me memes, you gotta give me extra time to process them. Actually, I kind of want to do another circle here, but kind of have it be kind of pointed this way. And it'll kind of look like there's something cool going on here, like there's a multi-circle thing going on here. And we'll kind of connect them up like this. And suddenly we have like, and then we'll do another one like there's something pointed that way, but it's away from us. And suddenly we have something kind of cool there. We'll do, so I want to do something with this. I'm not really quite sure yet. I like this thing kind of hanging off. I'm not even sure if I want it to be a circle necessarily. You know, let's do, because I do like this front plate thing. I'm not really sure what this is really, but I'm kind of digging the front plate idea. Having this kind of bluish, like polished kind of metallic piece here. And we'll kind of clean this up a little bit to sell that a little bit better visually. I do like the colors. Like I don't even want to do. I almost don't even want to do colors necessarily. Is more the color is the theme in the same way like this tone paper is a sort of a theme. Like I want to do colors as like if I want to do a bluish picture, just throw blue in there and then maybe hints of other colors. But like I said, think Dustfront. If you've played that game, that new game that just the demo came out for, like that's about kind of like the color I want is just emphasis on here and there, not anything super. So let's kind of go with that. This is also metallic, so we'll just I am metal addicted, so we'll just kind of do highlights here to kind of sell the idea. We'll do that. I can kind of see something shaping up. It could be like I could turn this into like a flying drone kind of a thing or whatever, but you guys get the idea, right? It's like a city stalker kind of a machine. I don't know, guard, police, kind of a police unit or something like that. The blue really sells that idea, I think. See what that looks like with that erased. Have that empty spot there. I think that was looking a little clustery up there. I didn't like all the clustering that was happening up there with all that weird junk. I kind of want to simplify that. Bring it home. Sometimes it's good to just straight simplify. Let me get my Mitsubishi Racer here. Not to flex, but I do have some Mitsubishi. I still don't have any thoughts about what this could be. I can't think of a single thing, but, you know, it could be like a very overcomplicated joint or whatever. You know, put on this, it could be side of a thruster on the ship or something like that. If I was gonna design like a very elaborate ship, I think it could serve that purpose. Volume is back up, Yuri. I'm loving the new era of you using colors. It's amazing. Thank you. I think it freshens things up. I do think it like, especially with pastels, it's kind of forcing me to think a little bit quicker and be on my toes because it covers so much area. There's not this like me just sitting here like rendering like this little spot for 2 hours. Everything kind of just moves a lot faster, and it's kind of putting me in this different headspace. It's the whole. It's not just the color. I think it's also the way pastels kind of force you to think differently. Just because it goes so much faster. Not that, I mean, you could somehow figure out a way to slow this process down, but it's kind of hard. It just moves faster, but almost like speed paints or something. We put like little bit of edge highlighting here to kind of sell the idea that that's a kind of a something that they installed there. You know what I mean? And then you can just draw these kind of things up. Especially the metallics are super easy. You can kind of just sit here and dream up these kind of machines, and then maybe you run into like a really cool idea that's like, wow, this could definitely go in this like little universe you're designing. But this is like a really good farming method, and what I mean by that is like you're kind of not committing to a design for a super long time. But you know, and this is not something I'm gonna probably use, but you can see it's just like a fun way to draw and stay on your toes and practice and just kind of, you might hit a golden nugget design wise and be like, that just is amazing, and I'm gonna keep it for my little box of ideas for when I need to pull out the big rabbit out of the big hat. You know? Did you mention before that purple was a color? That was a little dicey for you? It looks blue to you? Yeah, blue and purple, they're kind of the same to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are they different? They're kind of in that spectrum of bluishness, right? I don't know. They're blue adjacent. I don't know. Like I said, I can see colors, but like the longer I look at colors, the more I'm like, they kind of look the same, you know. It's like my brain slowly merges all of them into like this one thing. I don't get, maybe I need to. I've somehow survived this long in my life without. Gotcha. Is pink reddish color? Yeah, pink is definitely like a reddish color. But pink is a little bit of a weaker color, so it's almost blue. I'm just kidding. Did you know that like purple used to be like the color of royalty? I guess like back in the old times, like it was hard to make purple dyes. It all makes sense because I mean purple is kind of like a blue. Yeah. I have my own color theory. It's just not coherent or useful, but it's in there. Purple is beautiful? Yeah. I'm sure if I could see it properly, I'm sure I would agree with you. Yeah, I guess people wanted purple things in the past. Can you imagine that? That's the first thing, like, if I'm in an RPG and I find a purple suit of armor, that's the first thing I try to, like, change. like, I'm like, change that color to black or something, like, please. But people used to want that. Because it was harder to get, I guess. The RNG has, the min-max, or whatever they call it, they change it. Gold is better, though. No, I've always felt, you know what the best combo of colors is? And these aren't really colors, I guess, but like, the best looking thing ever is black and silver. Dark gray and silver. Gold is very, Gold always has given me that, like, it's, I'm trying to think of, like, what's the word that's, like a nice word. It's a little too much. It's kind of like, you know how some people will paint everything gold, but you can tell it's cheap, kind of like gold is like what dumb rich people think. You know, it's like, I don't know, it like I think like silver on black, or like that combination is like the most sort of cool thing that looks super sleek, and you know what I mean. Gold has always been like a not my favorite combo, I guess. I don't know. I guess we all have our taste. I just like silver. You see, oh, silver comment, welcome, man. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we all have our taste, but I'm not a gold guy. Like, I'm not a gold guy. I think accents of gold can be okay here and there, but too much gold, almost like, it's like a little bit like, you're crazy, I love how pretty gold is. I mean, yeah, you guys can have the gold. I'll take my silver. I don't feel bad. Most people confuse purple and violet too. It's a common problem. Yeah, violet, that I have no idea. That's like crazy. Isn't violet like when you combine all the colors and throw up or something at the same, like, I don't know. Gold is shiny yellow, but brass is a shade too. I like brass. Oh, black on, by the way, copper, like a lighter polished copper on black. Just imagine a motorcycle. A GS 1100 1985 or something. Blacked out, but the engine casing just has copper colored accents on some of the parts. I know. You're crazy, blah blah blah. Lol, bad guy from Austin Powers. I love gold. Oh, I know. I'm neutral towards gold. I'm more of a like. It's also a combo. Like, actually, to be fair, I do like golden Ferrari. Not golden Ferrari, like a yellow Ferrari. Like, I like yellow sports cars, which a lot of people like don't like that. But so I'm kind of weird when it comes to like my color combos. Not all that glitters is gold. True. Copper is like steampunk coated. Yeah. I agree, but I agree. I think that's a fair thing to say, but I would not, like, that's not why I would put on my motorcycle. I see things there. Like the bad guy from I do too. I have one gold bracelet. It's a Tiffany's bracelet. Oh wow, is that fancy? Does anybody know? Is that a fancy brand? Is that like something that's like considered good? See, you can't flex on me because I don't know things. Like, when people bring up like whatever brand that is supposed to be, like, I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. It's too far outside the spectrum of my not base of things I care about. Like, This is like, I don't know. This is like a I'm definitely turning it into kind of a flying thing or whatever. Very fancy blue box Tiffany's. I didn't get it. It was a gift. Gotcha. Yeah. I think this needs to be a little smaller. Whatever this is, I think it overshadows too much. I think it unbalances this. Like, I think this is cool with a wing. This wing thing kind of works for me here. And then I think maybe we should go the opposite here and kind of do like I'm kind of just visually like it's heavy, like it's an awkward shape. And actually, like, it'd be cooler if it was stretched out and this was way further back, but I'm trying to work with kind of where we're at on the spot. I kind of want to shift the weight. Either do this and kind of do, like, either do just a goofy kind of take on it, where it's like the weight of the picture is kind of all here, or like this design of this machine is like all here. It almost reminds me of the pistol from the from Halo, whatever. Remember the pew pew gun that the grunts had? But you can see, like, I don't know. I feel like every time I shift the weight, I feel like it's almost better being like goofier here. And then we'll keep this. I think the only thing I don't like about that wing is it kind of is aesthetically a little bit too different from the rest of the ship. It's a little too strict, maybe. I kind of want to do something. Kind of want to do a little bit of a. Now really starting to look like a grunt pistol. Like, it'd be funny if I looked it up and it was the exact same design. I'm not sure where you put your fingers. I think you just stick it in the gel. It's like a little disgruntled face flipping the bird with both hands. Oh, nice. Oh, that thing you sent me? Here's what I'll do. We'll make the wing kind of like this. Right, like maybe like that. And then I'll keep the blue up to this point, kind of. I think we'll keep the blue. Actually, I kind of like what's going on here. One second, let me kind of play around with what's going on here. Hold on. Kind of circle. If it's like that. This is, I mean, this almost is like, you could imagine this being any, this could be like a big ship in space that's like awkwardly shaped. This is almost like a probe in space that is a data gathering kind of a thing. This is almost like, it's sort of abstract enough where you could just say that it's anything. It could be a building that sort of floats in lower orbit, right? Like it's abstract enough that you could just kind of claim it to be anything at this point, which is kind of nice. I like to kind of bring it back to something more concrete and instead of keeping it in like this zone of, you know, the zone of whatever. I think that's what I'll do. I'll commit to this being like a wing. We'll commit to that part of it. That way it's like a flying unit. You know what the other interesting thing is like, I thought we were all, you know how when you see like military commercials and stuff, right? There's this perception that like every vehicle we have that flies is sort of these sort of futuristic thrusters and all this kind of stuff, right? But actually, like, I didn't realize how much the U.S. military uses propeller planes still, which like makes sense from fuel ratio, whatever. It's a lot. It's quite a bit. So I think even though like the future is always going to be kind of retro, in a sense. Like even when we have super space laser stuff, you're still gonna have AK somewhere, right? Like there's like everything will exist at the same. There's still gonna be somebody hunting with a spear somewhere, right? Like the universe is vast, and like both of those things, like everything doesn't get upgraded at the same time, and you're just gonna have these like technological discrepancies where you have yeah, no, let's do. So I kind of want to do this part blue, like this is still kind of part of the paint right here up to this point, and then the rest of it will be black, like it's part of the just the raw mechanics. So I kind of want to do that visual separation there. I guess like because it's blue, I can't get over the idea that it's a police vehicle. I just can't stop seeing it as a police thing. We'll kind of do just some kind of right three. I'm seeing a 3. We'll do whatever 7 1 whatever. We'll do so. It'll be like unit police 3 or something. Up 1 3 7 1 something like, I don't know, some kind of numbers, just to kind of like give it that, you know what I mean. Kind of like heat exhaust. Is that little turd in the back of the school bus flipping me off at the red light? I don't know. I noticed the buses around here locally, they got blacked out windows. They don't even like, you can't even see the kids that are making fun of you anymore. You can't even hate anymore. I will say there's something like kind of eerie about it when you see like a school bus. There's something about it that like, it's just like, it's like school buses having blacked out windows kind of feels a little, I don't know, it feels a little like kind of dystopian. I don't know like how to even phrase, it just doesn't feel like, feels weird, you know? It's like, I guess we'd have to kind of pretend. I think the issue I ran into is we'd kind of have to pretend that these thrusters here and here are kind of on the left and right side, right, or whatever. Wasn't really thinking that far ahead at the time, but. I don't think this was my most successful thing ever, but I wanted to show. I just wanted to kind of, this is, I don't know, just kind of a nice, relaxing kind of a way to quickly prototype something that's fun and it kind of has a cool concept already look to it and stuff like that. And I just enjoy sometimes doing this kind of stuff. But I want to transfer this more into my main style. Like, I want my art to kind of lean more this way eventually. So that's why I'm practicing to kind of understand how to turn this, how to put a city behind this, and like, and you know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to like move in that direction. Oh wait, why is that wire? Is that wire been there the whole time? What the? No way! I see them all the time out here. Schools are everywhere out here. The kids are always out walking around as well. Well, you just see them walking around. They're not like hiding the kids. I'm just saying, like, the buses themselves, they have like the blacked out windows. I'm sure they had like some incident of something. Like, I'm sure they had some kind of a weird stalking thing or something, and so they like just did like, okay, we gotta, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, we gotta black out the windows now because somebody had to be crazy or something, right? I don't know. It's just weird too sometimes, like when I'll drive past the high school, like, you know how for like when you stop going to high school, right? When you're not in high school, you kind of think of yourself as being like a high schooler. Like, for the longest time, you think of yourself in that range biologically or whatever, and then you see high schoolers like 10 years after, and they're like these little kids. But you think like a high schooler is like an adult for the longest time until you become old, like, and it's just like, oh no, they're tiny. Look at them, they're just tiny little people. Yeah, they blacked out because of that turd kit. Oh, okay, I see. Maybe that's what it was. Some oh yeah, dude. Sometimes I want to flip the bird back. I mean, if they started it, like, I'm not trying, like, I'm not the most mature person. If they started it, then that's fair. Maybe that's what it was. There was somebody like me in traffic, and then like one of the, you know, kids will give you the bird or whatever for, you know, it's all good. But then somebody was like giving them the bird back, and then they reported it, and the guy was like, hey, they started it. Like, watch your kids before you come to me. Watch your kids, don't come to me, right? And so, like, and then they had to black out the window. That's probably what happened. That's probably actually what happened. Don't come at me with that energy. Watch your kids. Here's the irony. I used to do that bet in the back. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, to be, and I'm not. I love your thinking. Yeah. And the thing is, I've done it once too. When I was on the bus one day, I just saw a guy like raking leaves in his yard, and I just gave him the finger, and he gave me one back too. But he was like younger. He was like he was in, like, we were middle school, and he was like in his 20s or whatever, like 17, right? Like, when you're a kid, 17 is like crazy old. But I gave him the bird, and he didn't hesitate either. The bird came right back. And I don't know what got into me that day, but I felt like it needed to happen. You know what I mean? I felt like it needed to happen, so I didn't think he would spot it, because it's a whole, you know, there's a lot of kids, but it's like he zeroed in on me. You know what I mean? He like zeroed in on me, like he knew, and yeah, it was a. So that's what I mean. I'm not endorsing flipping off like little kids, but you guys have been them. You guys have been little kids, so you guys know, right? Like we all know. You know. Let's not pretend like they're like these little angels. Anyway, I kind of now I'm kind of seeing why the blacked out windows kind of are making more sense now, as I'm sort of talking through the situation. Guys, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna just do a little breaky break, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna do I'm at 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna do a little intermission. Drink some water, look at my phone, things that go have a pee. I'll be right back. Sorry, there were some kids outside. I had to I had to. No, I'm just kidding. So they got blacked out bus windows now. Yeah, in America. Well, at least where I am. Sleepy, they do. Not all buses are blacked out. I still see the kids out here, hence they flip me off. Yeah. No, you'll get that. You'll get that. All right, I think I'm done with that concept. Done working on that concept. You saw some... Yeah, I saw some kids outside. I had to show them some... It'd probably be easier if I just got another piece of paper at this point. No reason to do all this erasing. Okay, I want to draw something a little bit more organic. We'll do something a little bit more organic. What I'm seeing right now is a kind of I'm gonna loosely remember the creature from Half-Life 1. Remember the things that used to, and this is where I used to tap out when I would play Half-Life 1 as a kid. This is about as far as I could make it, as far as my bravery could take me, there was a part where there was these little monsters that would make a horrific noise, and then they would do an electric, an electric attack kind of a thing. But they would wind up and do like a scream before they did that, and it kind of had this. They kind of had this head with like these kind of It kind of had a head like this, just a bunch of sort of holes or something. Like that's kind of how the design went. So I'm just loosely remembering. They kind of look like little pit bulls. They didn't quite look as maybe they were like a little bit less muscular, but my memory's fading. It's been a while since I played Half-Life 1, but I'm just so you know, that's what I'm thinking of right now as I'm drawing this. Yeah, Half-Life 1, man. That was kind of a, when you were a kid, that game was scary. Like legit. Like that first big mechanical elevator you take down, that's about as far as I could make it as a kid. I'm trying to like move away from, even though it looks really good, I'm trying to move away from doing these like kind of the lighting so sharply. Like if I thank you for the follow. If I diffuse it like this, and then I go over, and I keep kind of doing this. If I keep kind of it kind of looks like all these creatures are wet. Their like skin is like wet, and it does look impressive. Like it does like kind of look really good. Oh wait, sorry, my light was my other light not on that whole time? I only had one light on that whole time. But the issue is like I kind of feel like my stuff is becoming very samey, and so I need to like somehow break out of that and have a little bit more of a diffused light, because I right, some of this stuff would be matte, like more of a matte thing, and so I gotta like diffuse the light a little bit, even though I really like the way that kind of sweaty skin kind of looks. It just immediately like it's very effective, and it sells really well visually. But I'm trying to like move away from that, just because I feel like I'm leaning a little bit too much on it. I do like the weirder creatures, you know. I think I'll draw. I think I want to kind of make it look like its rim is kind of goes in, like it kind of goes into this kind of pocket first. I don't exactly remember what was going on with these, to be honest, like how the design looked, but it was something like that, where they had like this weird head. And I'm going to put a little bit of white at the front here to kind of bring it back. Kind of like it's sort of extruding at the front and then not at the sides, like it's sort of folding into that like skin kind of thing. And then I'm gonna hit it with this. I'm gonna make it yellow. I think I want it to be. Gonna make it like this green color, just to kind of diversify the colors palette. And that'll be my pastel kind of thing. We'll see how that kind of plays out. I don't really remember what they might have been green. I don't remember. And it looks horrible at first. It's like, well, why are you doing that kind of thing? But then you just like, it really helps with the blending, and then you kind of accept that it's going to take the picture is taking damage, but once you like re go over it, it's like it almost like brings it back out again. It's a really nice look, I think. Except that, like I said, this is the style I kind of want to develop more of. Right now, I can do like a creature like this, but I can't do like a whole picture in this style. And I'm growing towards trying to figure out how would I do. Tradigrade, is that what they were called? We got Max Miles 15. Thank you for the booty shaking emoji. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. He appreciates it. You can kind of see what I'm going for here. Now it's starting to pop a little bit with all these like little accents. It's starting to pop, the weirdness. You can kind of tell like the 3D-ness of this, and it's just so strange. It almost looks like you're looking at the other end and it's pooping something out, but don't let that thought get in your head. Don't let that thought get in there. This is what the head looks like, so. It's like I get a 24-hour ban for inappropriate content. Cannot unsee. Yeah, you really can't unsee it once you see it, yeah. Man. So true. Maybe I should add more like limage. Like maybe I should add more of a limb here. We can kind of iterate on the how long the limbs are. Just kind of say this is the leg and do one of these. I change the music up a little bit. Maybe that one? Have I heard that one in a while? I always liked that Half-Life and Valve, they were never shy about kind of being very experimental with their creatures. I've always appreciated how... Actually, kind of looks like a... Oh my god, I should do a Teletubby. I should do like a really creepy Teletubby one. With like these kind of faces. Oh my, that is such a genius idea. I thought it was laying a golf ball egg. True. But yeah, you guys can see it, right? Like, I can do Teletubbies and, like, make a really dark kind of, Eldritch Teletubby picture. Yeah, I've always appreciated their sort of I don't want to say goofiness, but their creatures are very like if you think back to what was available at the time for the most part, everyone did kind of more traditional Skeletor style monsters where they were like more traditionally kind of like toothy, and Valve was always kind of I think on the forefront of creating things that were very unusual and not sure if this is going to help or not. kind of like this concept. I just want more of these kind of growths kind of spreading across his body as sort of a sensory unit type of thing, right? Like that's I think a good like little interesting thing about it. I think that's interesting. I actually think that that's a decent, like I think that that's a kind of a I can see that being like a decent design, you know. I played around with it a little bit more. I could definitely see it be like an electroshock kind of a unit where it runs up and does the tentacles to kind of connect the negative and the positive and do kind of an electrocute kind of a thing. I think that would be kind of interesting. Now that I have the main shape established, I'm gonna render this one out a little bit because I do like the design and kind of where it went. And I did start off thinking of Half-Life 1 when it began, so. No, I really like the weirdness here, and I wish it was fully my design. I'd have to go back and look at Half-Life 1 to see how close I am. I forget what the name of it was. I should look up Half-Life 1 units just to see if what I was drawing originally, how close it was. Because I'm almost thinking of like I'm almost liking it so much that glitter, welcome. Looks like no, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading. Sorry, it's really funny that I can't read that. Let me do Half-Life 1 unit enemies. Just want to see images. It should come up. Head crab. Oh, okay. It's actually a lot worse than I remember. I think. Let me see. I gotta. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So it was. It's actually okay. So we were kind of close. I'll show you what I'm seeing. We were kind of close. Like the head with the light kind of hits at a weird angle. The head with the weird circles there. You can see it is like very. It is. They had 3 legs. I don't. Almost. Man. I thought it. But you can see like I definitely. That's what I was riffing off of that idea. There, I was definitely going up from my memory from 20 years ago, you know, but that definitely does match that. So I'll have to think of something else, but like, because it's a little too close for comfort, for the putting that in the past game. It's like a little too close to that. I'd have to think of something else for at least for that head. But I like the electrical tentacles at the top. I think I like that idea. But you can kind of... Wow. I'm just looking through some of these designs and they are kind of grotesque looking. Alrighty. So, just gonna render that out a little bit more. Yeah, I think that would have been a successful design had it not been too close, a little too close to Half-Life 1 to be usable. Sometimes it's good to revisit the past. That's a good one. Let's see. Trying to debate on whether I should go to another page and or kind of stay on this one and try to squeeze a corner out of here somewhere. Still got a little bit of room. I'm gonna do something a little bit different. I'm gonna just kind of jot down something very loose with the pastel. And let that kind of um you almost can't even see it, but it's a lot of dust. Max, Max Miles, thank you for the twerks. Thank you, I appreciate the twerks. Alrighty. Kind of going with the flow again with just kind of randomly. I attempted to click when you said glitter, but Switch stopped it. Stop. Oh no, really? Maybe they have like the AI watching us. Wow. I didn't know they had those kind of abilities. What the? That makes sense though. You're gonna have to start using external software to put that stuff. Sounds like some AI shenanigans. I guess they don't like, yeah, no. They don't like, jokes about glitter. Very frown upon that. Well, if you spill glitter, it just goes everywhere. It's crazy. I understand why that would be frowned upon. I get it. A darker green. This is kind of like a lighter whatever green, and I'm gonna try and blend that with this darker green of that kind of transition. We'll see how it goes. Oops. Oops. Yatsu Illustrations, welcome! Just having a little... doing a little fun today. More pastel shenanigans. I'm trying to break into the pastel. Trying to figure things out. Charcoal. No, it's pastel. Yeah, it's pastel. I got an idea for a creature. How about something that can camouflage itself? Like it's a hidden against rocky wall and you see its eyes. So I'll just draw rocks and then a pair of eyes. You can see it about to grab someone. Rocks with eyes. Yeah. I'd have to like think about that one. Have to like... can't think of a cool thing here with this one. It's a little. It's definitely very me. I don't know if I feel strongly about this one. Thought there would be. I thought I was gonna think of something super cool, and then I just kind of didn't. Although I'm still kind of like, I still kind of think there's something here, but I just kind of don't see it. It looks kind of, you know what it kind of. Actually, like, if you don't think of it as a creature, but more of as a building instance, in like a StarCraft building for the Zerg or something, that's kind of more what I'm leaning towards here. Like, if you think of it that way, then it kind of passes as a Zerg-like building. Some kind of a brood hive kind of a thing. Yeah, like, you know, the reproductive organs of the Empire. Is that blue pastel? That is right there, yeah. Yep, blue pastel. I think it's a cool concept for if I was thinking of this. See, and this is kind of why it's so useful to do this, because I might cut this out or something, or save it some way somehow, because I think, you know, this might be a good look for how the building should look in the game. I don't, you know, in the game, it kind of has that. It kind of has like that. The it factor in terms of like buildings and stuff for the infectious kind of creatures. Everything you draw is cool. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. The sweet lies. I'll buy it. I can definitely see this thing kind of having a, like what I you know, something that's always bothered me about RTSs is like when creatures spawn in and like, and I understand why they have to do this to some extent, right? Because like you have a barracks or something that produces units and it like, it goes, it has to look for an empty spot to spawn in the unit. But I kind of want that whole fantasy of like you spawn in a unit and you actually see the building push out like the egg out of its orifice or whatever, and then it lays on the ground and then spawns in, like the whole like mechanical continuity of everything being like complete is sort of like, it's kind of like when you're a kid and you have a little car like a little toy car, and you open the door and look inside. It's like like when you can do all that stuff and you see the whole like the all of the machinery kind of functioning. There's something about that that's like really is like awesome. So I would definitely want to do, if I like, however stuff gets spawned in, I want to figure out a way to make it like just the thing kind of pushes out an egg, kind of, you know. I'm not sure exactly how I would do it here, but you guys get the idea. But I think after I finish, maybe after I finish that one big piece out that has been going really well, maybe I should do a big Teletubby one. You know what I mean? Did I just misspell it? Hold on. Maybe also, you know, the maybe like the thing to like these spikes could lift up like they're breathing. Like as the egg is coming closer to being like released, they sort of open more and like breathe harder. And then it finally like uses the tail to like and it kind of spits out the eggs or something. Or however I'm gonna do it, but I maybe, like I said, maybe just hints of sort of eldritchness, maybe, you know what I mean, like just subtle hints that this is sort of a maybe not a mutant faction as the game would suggest at first, but as you find out later that it's actually a cosmic horror entity. Like this faction is not a mutant, really. It's just it can take on many forms. It just so happens to, in this scenario, it just that's the kind of the bio shape it takes on. But really, maybe in some of the design stuff, like I'll kind of drop hints that it's actually more of a more of a sort of a space ancient space thing that you never want to come across, kind of thing, you know. And that's what humans find, and they start tinkering with it, and you know the rest of the story. Where's Clutter? I don't know. I don't know. I just didn't want to read that particular comment. I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready. I almost want to draw like these legs in the side, like these crab-like legs, almost to suggest that it was once a walking creature, but when it commits to becoming like a full kind of reproductive building, it sort of plants itself on the ground, but it still has like these legs left over kind of from the before. So I kind of want to sell that idea. That would be really fun. I think it's a really fun idea. That you can kind of tell it was maybe it had some DNA where it was a full creature, and then it's sort of this once it's converted into a sort of a egg planting. Don't worry, Foros. Don't think you're breaking one of the. Don't worry. I don't think you're breaking one of the 10 Commandments. I don't know. I don't think so. This is clearly a family show. You know what I mean? We're clearly running a family show here. This should be televised to all American. Jen says I'm back. Nice. I'm actually like I wasn't super excited about this until I saw it as more of a building, and I'm like starting to really kind of see the light here. I think we're onto something here. I love the color. Thank you. Now I'm starting to really feel it here. I don't really want like sharp, super sharp things on it because I don't want it to like, you know. Let me do. I think one that way will kind of work really well. Like it's sort of its breathing kind of like infrastructure. Like those things like pop open from it, and it takes an oxygen, and that's how it kind of breathes. Like it's sort of maybe even sort of sucks the kind of like out of the oxygen, and it sort of like it breathes in the nutrients kind of thing, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's a sort of like a fabricator, like where it just sort of slowly gathers resources from the environment by just breathing. And that's something I'd like to avoid, but it might be just inevitable. I'm not sure why, but I have this kind of internal idea that like having fabricators is kind of and I don't know how you get around this, right? But it kind of creates this situation, which kind of falls in line with how I kind of want people to think of the game, where you can kind of corner up, post up and corner up somewhere on the map, and just kind of slowly build fabricators until you have a resource critical mass, and you can just push through the entire map with just essentially limitless resources because you're just generating so much. Which is so, but the strategy is always the same: camp in the corner until you're strong enough. Like Rusted Warfare is like that. Well, except for the certain things you can capture for extra resources, which is the only reason to like leave your base. So you guys get what I'm saying? Is it's kind of like Dustfront has this issue, the fabricator issue, where that's kind of what you have to shoot for. You're gonna have to aim for that because otherwise you won't have stable income and you're gonna slowly lose the game. So that's kind of where it. Not that it's like some horrific thing. It just ends up always being. Yeah, and I'll probably end up kind of succumbing to that, like some version of the fabricator, because how else are you gonna? You need an income. Something's going on here that I kind of don't like. And, I have to kind of go back a little bit, take a few steps back. It's almost like there, but it's almost there, but it like isn't quite there. Almost like they need goose slime. Okay, so I know this is really going to be fantastical what I'm about to say, but you guys know StarCraft, Buggos, a lot of like the alien enemies have the they have the kind of the slime spread kind of thing going on, and I definitely want to do that for this faction where they kind of have the goo that slowly spreads, and that might be something that like is sort of something that kind of works against you, because you like, even though the humans have their set controls, your goo is, if you're expanding, will eventually reach the humans, and then they auto aggro on you. You know what I mean? So the goo is kind of like, that could be a natural way to like force the player to like, if the humans are like unaware of you, let's say at each level they don't know you're there, that's one way to like bring it home. That's like one way to kind of have I think we're getting closer, but something like this looks very much like in line with, I think, like StarCraft or something. It kind of has the vibes. You sandpaper forgot that charcoal pencils cannot be sharpened by regular sharpeners. Just broke the tip of mine pushing one into a sharpener, assuming I'll get a fine point. Yeah, no, the lead just is too soft. Truth. Now you live and learn, you know. Like I said, I kind of want the sense that it was at one point a full-on creature. You know what would be really freaky? What would be really uncomfortable to look at? Like if the buildings would like actually be able to like slightly move away from the enemy characters. Like if they're being shot by like their soldiers, they actually try to the buildings themselves try to squirm kind of away. That would be like really kind of crazy. That would be like hard to do, kind of, but and they would create all kinds of issues, but it would be like very sort of uncanny to see the alien buildings try to like kind of squirt, like use their little limbs to try and crawl away. You can collect a residual charcoal dust to use on shadows. I could, but that seems like a nightmare, and I don't want to store that. Or people say that, and it's like, can you imagine like it's just like, it just isn't worth like the effort. It's already like all mixed in with other colors, and I don't want to have 4 different buckets to collect all the different dust, and you know, I feel like you're gonna end up spending 4 times the mental effort to accomplish all that for graphite that you're gonna end up putting near a fan accidentally, and just that it's all gonna like fly off into the only is good for black charcoal. I wouldn't recommend any of that. Like I said, it's just, imagine that like what is the amount of how careful you have to be for months in order to collect a little bit of charcoal. Like it's just like, it's not worth it in my opinion. I just say, like, you know, Ooh, it didn't break. That's my take on it. Like, you have limited amount of minutes to live on this earth, so I would say don't do that. That's gonna like eat up a lot of time for you know. Where's the building? This is the sort of the an example of what I can imagine the past faction having kind of these kind of structure these kind of structures is what I was saying. Okay, work. Building. Work. Where's the face? Well, that's the thing. I don't think the face is super necessary because it may have never been there anyway. Right. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that there ever was, but it has enough of the DNA that you can imagine it. It's the same thing as like in the Alien movie where you see like the guy being like the guy that they find that's like fused with the chair. Like, think of it that way. It's sort of beyond, you know, it's on its own. Like a yeah, like a starfish or an octopus. I mean, octopus have eyes, but I don't know if you could call them like having a face. I don't know if that's too much. So he eats to correct that hole. He eats to correct that hole. I'm not sure what you're saying. What the? He is Batman. It is already a dangerous life. Truth. That hole is for eating. What? That's what you would call the face. Oh, I don't know if it's for feeding necessarily, but yeah, like it's just, you know, it may have sort of mutated a little bit too to become a building. Like it's sort of like maybe it went through like a metamorphosis sort of a thing where it was like a thing, but then now it's, you know, it retained some of its features from the old way, kind of like when it was like a walking queen, and then when it gets converted into like a production building, it turns into like kind of looking like a sort of a twisted monstrosity, like kind of energy, you know. That's kind of what I'm saying is like. I'm sure once I do like the final iteration and change up again. Yeah, I think the colors are helping a little bit, you know what I mean? The colors do add something. Even though I'm using kind of goofy colors for this, like I'm definitely not making it like very grimdark. Like the color Zuri. Nice. I'm glad you like them. Alright, I'm at 4 hours. I'm gonna have to skedaddle out of here for tonight, but I had a lot of fun experimenting, doing more pastel kind of experimentations. I think we got good progress. I think we got some good ones in here. I like this one a lot. I like that one a lot. Wish I could use it, but it's a little too close to Half-Life, I think. This one might very well go in the game. That kind of half creature, kind of mounted building kind of thing. Yeah, and our police drone kind of looking thing, but yeah. I think it was a good time. Got a lot of content done. A lot of experimental stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll raid you guys out. Let's do Mikey May Art. We got I'm trying to like rate people who I haven't rated in a while. We'll do Mikey Mayer. He does incredible work. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night. Bye.